And we're going to continue on. We've got some things to do. My daughter finally really tackled writing a good report. I'm really proud of her. So that was neat. Yeah, we went to this movie. It was for the like end of year homeschool thing for the school system that we're in, technically. Um Next year is going to get harder for us in terms of we still get half the money that the state gets per student. But now the conservative voters here, afraid of their tax-paying dollars being abused by parents who uh, want to educate their children, we can now only spend that money on an approved store. So they're now picking the winners of where our money goes, and all of that freedom is getting tossed out the window to a select few. So that's great. That's great. It's gonna be great. Excited about that. Real excited about that. In the blue states, they won't let you homeschool. The red states, they're like, well, you can do it, but fuck you. God damn it. Anyways. It does feel like that sometimes, man. Ah, man. Fucking. Ugh. But we'll see. I mean, we'll see how bad it is. But it's so funny because these guys are voting like, oh, they're going to take our tax money and spend it on their beer and their fentanyl and blah, 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 as if there wasn't already oversight. And then now it's like, oh, all I can buy is 3D printers. And they're going to be okay with that because they really don't care. This is the thing. And this is the thing with most voters. They don't actually care. They just want the sound of the law to be right. And then they feel good. And then they don't actually care about what it really ends up doing or that it's even going to do the thing that they thought it would do. And it's just really fucking frustrating. But whatever. And then I made the mistake of looking at how many flock cameras were in my area. There's actually not that many, but they're all in very critical spots. So that's nice to see that growing. So that we can start eventually drone striking our own civilians. Oh, fuck. All right, well, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Let me show you what we got going on here. Let's give it a decade. We'll get used to it. That's for our own good. So we figured out an issue with the, now the speed of everything falling is right, guys? So that's looking good. Why are we so choppy right now? I don't understand why the game's running choppy, but anyways. Wow, sure is choppy. So now when we pick things up, look at this. Rotating's really good. That's looking good, right? It's a bouncy, so we got to fix that. If we hit control, we can change the axis we're rotating around. Ooh, she's flopsy. She's a flopsy bunny. All right, so we're going to put that down there. And damn, why is it so choppy? Pick this up. And no, that's good. Like that. Okay, and then we bring it over here. We put it inside the machine. Okay. And that happens. Hey, buddy. What are you doing there? What you doing? What you doing, little guy? Okay, and then we're going to throw the little leftover in there. Oops. What are you doing on the outside? So this needs some work, but it's working. So some of the basic concepts are here. God, it's choppy. Why is it so choppy? Let's turn on the monitors and look at FPS. What is physics and process? What could be contributing to that? Now it's not happening. Because we're not full screen? So the issue with full screen? Now it seems fine. Oh, there we go. Then we have a bunch of primitives being drawn here. Draw calls. Actually, not that bad. But we're in, anyways. Okay, well, we got to be sensitive to that. Not sure what's up with that. But we do want to fix the next thing I'd like to work on is climbing and cutting. Climbing and cutting. Because for now we have this thing that we can sort of flop into the... See, look at what happens here, though. We go like this, and it just... So I think what we're going to need to start doing is having some rules where, like, if it's something like this starts to happen, right, we end up dropping said branch. Like, it just makes you let go. Because you just did something insane. Right now, too, it feels like it's, like, glued to the ground. Why is that happening? Let's turn on, I think I have, okay, so there's the joints. Here's all the joints on everything. But right now, look at it it wants to go down. What do you think that is? Whoa. And then we have... Which one is it? I thought I had another F key for the, See, now it's fixed. It's hard to describe if you can't feel it as a player. But it definitely felt weird, and now it doesn't feel weird. So, I don't know what that's about. Oops. And then we have some state issues. We got a bunch of bugs. Let's just start working on shit. We just gotta keep chipping away at this. At least the local criminals don't need their own infrastructure now. They can just use flaw. Right. My state doesn't do homeschool vouchers or payments of any kind. Yeah. Most states don't. Most states don't. So it's generally the financially secure people that get to do it and nobody else. Kind of like how during COVID in California, all the rich people kept their kids in their private schools, and then every public school kid had to stay home and get a poor education. Hey, you're not supposed to work today. I know, right? May 1st is not American Labor Day. Isn't it May Day? Isn't May Day? That's the day. Isn't that the whole thing? May 1st, recognized globally as International Workers' Day. Yeah. Honoring the labor struggles originating from the 1886 Chicago Haymarket riots, advocating for an 8-hour workday. Yeah. Yeah. May Day. I guess, is this work though, guys? Does this work? Are we working? Hardly. Anyways. Labor Day is the first day in September. Okay. It's weird because it's well, because it's talking about see, conversely, we yeah. I'm not against unions. I'm against public sector unions. For instance, I don't believe that the police should have unions. Because it doesn't make any sense. It's like, wait a minute. And it's often it's proving to be just something that clearly, I mean, when you're dealing with the force of the state, feeling a little political this today, I guess, for some reason. I don't know. Anyways, my son was out. We were out at a playground, and there was some little Italian boy and his papa. And he was all, playing with my son and was like, scoopity boppity boop. And he was being all Italian and everything. It was real cute. It's like, what the hell? What? This is weird. Especially in Idaho. This is strange. Strange. Talking about it, do you prefer union or with? I don't know what the hell with is. With versus union? I don't know. Oh, God damn it. That's a sequel joke. You son of a bitch. I don't use with ever in sequel. I'm a union man. I'm a union man. No with for me. Thank you very much. Mr. D-Boy, I asked you a question in Discord. You dodged it. How does it feel? How are you feeling? Congratulations to Mr. D-Boy. Finding success while I cry. Mr. Farm Boy. Exploding on Steam. Now at 338. Very positive reviews. Recent reviews of 91 at very positive. Congratulations, you piece of shit. I'm feeling depressed. Why? What's up? Is it... Because, see, I have a... When you were telling me, I was like, I don't know if he's being straight or not. Is it that you were kind of hoping to be liberated from the game and now you're tied to it? Is that it? Or is it something else? You know what you should try and do? It's the hair. It's going away. So still no honest answer from you. Very much. Thank you very much. Oh, so you shaved it and you realized your hairline's starting to recede. Welcome to the club, my friend. Just plan on your future that you need to make a decision of at a certain point I should just buzz it because it's going to look like I'm trying too hard. Is that what we're talking about, Mr. D-Boy? Or did you just miss your lovely locks? Here comes my delicious food. My custom order. Ooh, it looks really good this way. And this, I mean, look at that. That's not chicken.
It's a very small amount.
Yeah. Rar Massive Thunder just kicked my power out for a second, just as I was clicking channel. I kicked your I ran into a transformer outside your house. Sorry about that, Growling. I'm definitely balding, and the chat lets me know every minute. But yeah, about the game thing, I'm doing good. I'm very happy. That's good. The money can't say much is not in the bank yet. Just so you know, your closed captions continue to work when your mic is muted. Really? I don't understand how that's possible because I'm muting on the deck. Is it pulling from my camera, my camcorder? I think it isn't. Okay, let me lower the volume. I'll see right now. Yeah, okay, it's working proper. I was mistaken. All right, good. Good. Yeah, I'm like, no, honey, no, cock and balls, no. It's just like the most vulgar conversation. Yeah, the things I want to do to you when the stream is over. I just get real nasty. Yeah, it starts to hallucinate. It's like the white noise thing. It's like on The Sixth Sense. I think that's actually the scariest scene in The Sixth Sense. JD, how you doing? I'm going to do a shout out to JD. JD's working on a SaaS service. JD also going to be making a shit ton of money very shortly and forget about all of us. So looking forward to that. Looking forward about that. I'm kidding. So Tubob, thank you so much. Tubob just gifted me a ton of assets. I'm gonna strengthen our player controller. Yeah, we're gonna clean some stuff up here with some states, whatnot, and then we'll see about adding Tubob stuff. Probably not today. Probably tomorrow. You can always just fork Drupal. It's an easy project to maintain. How are those assholes who forked Godot doing? How are those guys doing? Godot fork. What was it called? Redo. They have a website. It's still Godot. Yep, their docs. Here's their docs, guys. So they really haven't first look at Redo's interface. Oh, look at this, guys. The first look at Redo's interface. Look at that. That's great. First look at it, guys. Very good. I'm a bunch of fucking asshats. Sorry, guys. I don't have any respect for that. Bunch of fucking posers. Man, my taste buds have changed since I got sick. Rekit. F it. F kit. Yeah. Could call it fuck it. F-U-K-I-T. If I had a project called Cricket and you guys wanted to fork it, fuck it would be a good name. I would say I would be like, oh, that's actually pretty cool. Okay, so we have some state issues here. Actually, before we even get started on that, let's do a commit because I don't think I've committed in a while. Okay. New fonts. Look at all this crap. Dear God, I have to commit. Wow, I've been lazy here. Okay. I guess you could call them tip UI. Oh, we got okay. Chainsaw. Fix temp fix for cutting, not doing correct things with joints. Debug joint draw. Lumber. Okay, let's get rid of the init. Get rid of that. We don't need the gravity scale anymore. Look at that. That's nice. Okay. Lumber. So we're just getting. That's looking good. Removed, unused, init. Removed init. We'll just say that because it's not. It wasn't unused, but it was like duplicating some stuff. Wasn't necessary. Some leftover. Debug. Oh, wait, hang on. New theme. Debug. Input events. Okay, yeah, that Mario movie though, man. My wife fell asleep during it. And it was just like, you know how you watch it modern films and afterwards you have that like amnesia where you leave the film and the next day you can't recall the plot. It was like that was happening while you were watching the movie. It's like as I'm watching the movie, I'm like, okay, wait a minute. So Mario and Luigi were separated. When did that happen? Oh, that's right. And it's like, why is this a thing? But it had an egregious, like, the writers clearly couldn't, because you have set off and payoffs. That's like the thing in screenwriting, right? You set up something and you pay it off, right? And it's like this thing. And in this movie, they were like, I don't know how we're going to get from here to here, but we have to have all this other stuff happen. It's like in our contract with Nintendo or some shit. I don't know. And so they're just like, well, it'll just be happenstance that they figure something out that they needed to know. And it's just like, there we go. Okay, problem solved. So there's no, it's just like, I don't know. Bathos and pathos. Is that another thing, another way of calling it? Right. Yeah. Yeah. So I just looked it up. Yeah. So there wasn't any of that. And it was weird. The weirdest thing too. And it was the weirdest thing because there was like, there was none of that. It was just like you felt things if you knew other stuff about the games. But as a moviegoer, if you were watching this movie and you'd never even known that there were video games, this is like a 3-year-old telling you a story. And then even a person who knows Nintendo stuff, I was getting a little frustrated about certain things about it. Where
cool.
oh,
Cool.
RSVP
Yeah, cool.
ASAP.
You think it's
Thank you for the
cool?
raid.
It's cool.
Do a shout out.
It's not cool.
I don't think I've ever gotten a raid from you before. I could be wrong. Oh no, maybe I'm wrong. I think I'm wrong. Let's go to channel. Am I following you? Give you a follow. Bloop. Okay. Welcome in. Thank you for coming. We were just talking about the Mario Galaxy movie. I did not personally enjoy it. It had its moments, I suppose.
I have the option of always starting with a builder, so you don't need to hide.
This looks good. I love the first of all, the color the color palette here is perfect. I love this. This is my color for the Cricket logo. Is this like this particular kind of pink? And I also like these are my jams. These colors right here are my jams. This kind of yellow, this pink, this green. This is it.
Or whatever too.
But I also love, I mean, I'm like everything. Yeah, the colors are great. This has like early like Game Boy Color vibes.
Maybe I'll have the option to turn it on or off, I guess. But
As in terms of like, well, we've only got like 16 colors. Here they are. Might as well make them as varied and different as possible.
All right, I suspect.
I like that it's not, because I go with the fluorescent. I like that there's like a lighter hue to it. 8 colors, nice. Just enough. And I see you're staying away from. I think it's yeah. I like this. It also has that very Earthbound vibe to it, or Mother. In terms of like the perspective, at least.
Like financial situation has changed. There's nobody. Occasionally, don't get me wrong. Occasionally, you get some is to get trapped.
So what's the game? You have a player controller, or a player character that you're controlling?
That was definitely a 20s thing.
Let me look at your about page.
Although I'd go back there today, like I did take my ex-boyfriend there when
we got 2 playing.
Home there one time. And,
My Tiny Park. Okay, hang on. We gotta add you to the shoutouts. Give me just a second here. I have to add you to my stuff. Boop. To be okay. Okay, I gotta log into my. I'm not logged into Steam here.
Bad.
Give me a second.
Like not that bad.
We gotta go here to cruise control.
No, I don't know what.
And then I think it's under triggers.
We used to party a lot. That's pretty much what.
Is that it?
We were partying.
Shoutouts. Okay. Here we go. Okay, now I gotta go down
I
here.
grew up a lot since then. Don't get me wrong. It's not the life I live now.
On.
Nor would I want to. My God, it's exhausting. It's fucking exhausting.
Mods can do this. 0 exclamation point. RSVP.
Way rather like fuss over code and little squares
Twitch.
on a computer screen these days.
Shout out. I need a command to make this happen. Wouldn't that be smart? Instead of typing it every time. Chat. Send. Check out.
And some other like
RSVP.
nice news, I guess. I don't know.
ASAPs.
Like nice for me, I guess. I invite to a party.
My Tiny Park.
Birthday. Like a newer friend. He's been around for a few years, but he was
Quickly,
like a LAN party
Cricket.
crew. He's actually like the host of LAN parties.
And then
really
paste.
solid dude.
Past.
Really nice guy. But I've only really like known him the last
Like that.
year or two.
Okay, I think I got it right. I might have busted
His
it.
birthday is right around mine, so now I don't have to
But
play.
I think I got it. I think I got
show
it.
up and just see a bunch of friends.
Save, and then we're gonna just do a
How
reset,
perfect is that? I love that.
and then we'll try the shout out. RSVP ASAP. Hey, it works. Okay, there you go. So anytime you come in, we just got to do that exclamation point there, and bingo bango, we'll have a link to your game, and it'll also do a shout out automatically. So sweet. Well, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We're working on a game about cutting down trees. I need to wish list it. Let me open up my Steam here. I'll open up in the corner here. Come on, Steam. Thank you, Steam. But yeah, I saw the new Mario movie. It was a movie. It had moving images, sounds, and voices. Does anyone know? Can COVID change your taste buds? Like permanently? Does it change it permanently? Okay, maybe that's what I got. 1000%. Okay, I think that's what I got that last week. Because nothing sounds good. Nothing tastes the same. I swear to God, I can taste if something has been made in any sort of plastic container or been contained inside plastic. I now have like super sensitive like plastic detection taste. There it is. My Tiny Park. All right. And follow. Okay. Oh, no, I don't want to add to wish list. There we go. Follow and add to wish list. It's good. Got a raid run. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, so let me show the game really quick for everybody else that's still here really quick. So we got a tree. Too many arguments. What have I done? What have I done? Oh, we have leftovers pointing to the init. Okay. Okay. Well, I can't show you the game just yet. Hang around. Promise you, I am making a game about cutting down trees. It's different. It's not a lumberjacking game. It's an arborist game, okay? That's the difference. Too many arguments for new call. Expected at most 0, but received 1. What line are we at? 227 on chainsaw controller. Okay. Chainsaw. 227 GG. Lumber mesh new. Let's get rid of that. Oh, that's why we have that. 10-4 Big Daddy. We're going to have to change some things. Okay. So here's what we got. We got a big old fatty tree. It's bouncing because it just spawned in and gravity's taking effect. Basically, this is just a series of rigid bodies with joints. They're all connected together. Can show you the joints here. There's the joints holding everything together, okay? So we come over here and we can cut down this branch here. We can climb the tree as well and cut down the branch here. Cut this down. Now imagine it's slicing and it's doing wood chips and the mesh looks beautiful as it's slowly being deformed and everything like that. Imagine all that's happening. We're doing a trust me bro phase of development. What did I do? Right out the, okay. So we can rotate this and we can rotate it this way. We're going to rotate it this way. And we got this little wood chipper over here. We can go and place this in the old wood chipper. We got a bunch of state issues. I got so many buttons that you have to push. We gotta fix some stuff here. Let go. And into the wood chipper goes. There it goes. Let me get the bead stuff off. And it gets wood chipped, okay? So that's the idea of the game is a tree is placed in a yard that is in a very precarious position, which threatens the house, the old antique car, the fence line, whatever it is. It could be a whole church or something, right? But you're trying to cut down and remove a tree in a way without destroying said thing. Okay? That's the premise of the game. The elevator pitch is what is it called? Power Wash Simulator, but you're cutting a tree down. That's my elevator pitch. So that's it. Yeah, small children playing in a schoolyard. That would be fun to have moving obstacles. So I'm just doing some commits here before we get started for the day. God damn. I'm sorry for cussing. God, that tastes awful. Oh. Guys, I can taste the plastic now. We have a bunch of freezer prepped meals too. Nathir, how's it going? What do we do with free move here? I can taste factories. It's weird. Your face is plastic. Don't want plastic. What was that from? You guys know what I'm talking about? Don't want plastic. Don't want plastic. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Can't do that yet. Improvements to tree physics. Where we used to live, I had we lived near a sugar factory. And man, when that factory was going, it stank. It was a stinky stank. No good. No good can come from a sugar factory in terms of smell. What was it? Pasteurization has just an awful smell to it. When I eat prepacked foods. Mm-hmm. Dude, it's unbearable. Everything to me right now, it's weird. It's like my taste buds are heightened. It reminds me of when I was on paleo and I would cheat every once in a while and everything, bread tasted super sweet. Anything that was salty tasted super salty. It's that vibe. Right now, anything that's sweet tastes super sweet. As a vegetarian who eats mainly health foods, most people would hate my entire diet and consider it punishment. Mm. Are you vegetarian for moral or health reasons? Or I suppose both. Or option X. Okay, we're all committed. I don't like the taste of meat. Ah. I have respect for people that do it for moral reasons. Like, I don't have the disdain that some people do for people who are vegetarians for moral. I think anyone who has a moral objection to something to the degree that they're willing to change their lifestyle based on that, um, you know, that's pretty honorable. Now, sometimes those morals are so misguided, I can completely disagree with the morality of it and actually find their lifestyle change as a result of that abhorrent. But in the case of vegetarians, that's not it. Doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Yeah, imagine that. North America, interestingly, actually not a good place for typically a lot of vegetarian vegetables and stuff come from better places. If I had been starving out, I would eat anything. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Second, how you doing? We went and saw the Mario Galaxy movie for the school get together. Second, and I described it as a series of scenes where characters said things and music played and loud events occurred, and then another scene would happen, and that would happen again. That's how I describe the movie. Neither nightmare of week of work, but hashtag very fortunate. Obsidian, how's it going? Lentils and beans are amazing for vegetarianism. Filling, tasty, and inexpensive. Is lentils, is that what's in hummus? Or is hummus a plant? Chickpeas are hummus? Lentils are the little green explodey things. Are those the little flavorful green explodey balls? Or am I thinking of something else? Chickpeas are in hummus. Do shout out to capers. That's the word. Yeah, capers. Damn, capers are like. Capers are great. Do a shout out to Obsidian. What's the difference between our... I feel like we're about to start making jokes. Are we making jokes about... Is this a setup for a joke, Greg? What's the difference between a garbanzo bean and a chickpea? Answer, I wouldn't pay $20 to have a garbanzo bean on my face. No, I didn't. I can do that right now. Let me follow the link on your itch. Should I get a controller plugged in? Is that the way to go? Controller. There she is. I'll make a bleeding edge build. Okay. They should call them garbarjo beans, right? Greg? What is this? What am I unplugging? I'm going to unplug something randomly, see what happens. All right, controller's plugged in, ready for action. Okay, let's go back to our free move controller. We got some state issues. Now, if we're holding something... the state's over here. So, everyone out there, alluding to adult water sports. You're playing this game. You can pick up a piece of wood. You can suddenly pull out a chainsaw. We're on the keyboard and mouse layout. What am I pressing to grab and hold something with? What am I pressing to bring out my chainsaw? Cricket, is your real first name John? No. Couldn't be further from... Well, I don't know how a name could be further. I mean, it's not even... It has only one letter in that name shares anything with my name. So take your pick there. Deduce that. Most people know my name. Does everyone knows my name, right? You guys know my name. Does anybody here not know my name? Oh, you guys, here's my favorite thing right now. You guys want to hear a joke? I'm new here. Hello. Boom Trout. Hello. So my name's Matt, my real life name. Or Matthew, I suppose, if you want to be fancy. I don't really care one way or another necessarily. Although I guess if I'm in like a professional like interview setting, I'd stick with Matthew. But Matt. When you're ready, here's the link. All right, let's follow it. Running game. Computer being hacked. I turn it down. Mine ears. Mine ears. Is there volume controls? How do I right click to get mouse? Oh, there we go. Ooh, look at that. Okay, and I can't full screen it? Okay, still pretty loud. Gonna bring it down just a teensy bit. My God. Channel O for school. Okay. There we go. Let's do this. Does it have controller support? I should have checked. Back to 3. D-pad. Go to O. Ah. I guess I'll try and start. It won't let me start. Whoops. Right click or start and select. There we go. Still can't. Yeah, the controller's not working for me. Let me try unplug it and plug it back in. Could be me. Could be me. Still no joy. Yeah, I guess so. All right, I'm gonna try. What did you say? Right click. Okay. Wait. Spaces jump control issue. Ooh. This is gonna be tough. Seems pretty loud. Is that sound effects? Gonna bring him down. Gotta go back to channel 1 or 0. There we go. Okay. Jump. Wait a second. My background is frozen. Your mom's ground is frozen. Let me see. How's that? Ah! Try the other one. Holy moly. Don't know what I just picked up. Christ! Can't shoot on the stairs. Gotta have that. No! I'm gonna miss my ride. Is there a slide? No. Okay. Okay. How do I get to that if I can't jump? I guess I just jump on the thing and then run back. But then... Ooh. Ah! Oh, this is brutal. No, my ride. No! No! Oh, okay. Seems like the timing's a little different. Not quite sure. I feel like there's something I'm missing here. About the
I can't believe you've done this.
doorways. Shoot it while standing over it. It's fine. I'm going to take my shirt off. Nice. Boomtrot, thanks for the follow. Shoot while standing over it. Over this? Oh, that did something. But what did it do? Oh, it turned off that one. And then I gotta... Okay, I gotta get up there. I'm so afraid to jump. It's jumping and running and jumping games with WSD is real hard for me. I'm gonna be honest. Ah, bless it. I'm so scared. I don't want to fall down that pit. Christ on a cracker. No! Sweet Jesus, Moses, and Mary! Try and get me? Oh, I don't need that. Okay. Why is it there then? Oh, I guess if I had come from a different stage. I got you. Okay. I got you. Eat this. Oh, sweet Moses. Ah, it burns! Oh. All right. Oh God. Oh God. No! I just want to get on it quicker. Get down on it. Bow, bow, bow. Oh, God! No! More forgiving than Mega Man spikes. Mega Brown spikes are like binary. It's like, oh, you touched them, you're gone. No! Oh wait, why did I respawn here all of a sudden? I get because I have an extra life. Come on, get on top of it. Nope, this one's good. Okay, good. Oh, now the thing is gone! What? That's weird. That's like a weird reset on the state. What is this? What are you? Leave me alone! No! Sweet Jesus! I just want to restart. Is that going to keep me at the same lives? It is. Damn it. Okay. Whew. That's the one I want to be on. No! It scared me. I thought it was going to come down and kill me. Okay, the in-air control is not as accurate as I'd hope it would be. But I get it if it's a vibe. I sure wish I could get the controller working. It's tripping me out. There we go. Of course. The hell's that? Oh! Oh! That's cool. Biscuits. Sweet Jesus. Oh God. Oh God. Oh, I don't know. 42 disables. All right. Well, I gotta get back to work. So I'm gonna hit this up again. I'll try it a little bit each time I start a stream. Because I don't have a lot of time to work anymore. So playing games is difficult for me. At least on the stream. So I'm gonna come back to it though for sure. Should I bookmark that link you sent me? Okay, I think I bookmarked it. Oh, shit. Now planning a release for a little while. Yeah. And again, it's all up to you about how you're going to have the controls be and all that kind of stuff. But if you're going for more, the first Castlevania games had kind of the jump that you have. And I think the very first one did, the dedicated, like, once you jump, you're kind of heading in that direction. And if I recall, Mega Man has more of that hairpin, like, oh, you change your mind? Okay, whatever you're inputting is fine. I almost have my game, but also I shouldn't take long to play at least. It's not a replay kind of game. The game does have controller support. Not sure why you're having issues. It could be me. It could be me. I'd have to grab something else that has it. I almost have my game. Okay, Jacob. Yeah, when yours is ready, I'll check it out too. I am working on a top secret game. With Gregory. It's a quickie. All right, cool. Oh, this is where okay. I'll admit I lied about the game, though. It has nothing to do with fine dining. Oh. Excellent. Yeah, it looks like a guy who's just decided to stay at home. Yeah, no problem. I'm sorry my ability to play people's games is low right now. That's my placeholder genre because I don't know what to call it without totally spoiling it. Guy that wants to stay at home is perfect. So mostly us. Most of the audience. Hey, this is a relatable character. He's me. So speaking of controls, bros, what am I doing here? What would you say you do? What am I doing? So again, okay. So I'm holding something. So I'm going to think about this while I go grab some tea. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So right now I've used the number keys at the top of the keyboard for changing. I'm going to try, Jacob. We came back from a movie this morning. I went and watched the Mario Galaxy movie, and that made me I lowered my IQ by like 20 just from watching that, just for the day. I felt like Homer Simpson coming home. Like I couldn't even think of words. I had to lay in the bed and just kind of relax for a little bit for my brain to stitch itself back together again. So that was certainly a thing. I've been injected. It's like Alien. You come home after watching the movie and you give birth to some sort of Mario World character. Kids like it. Yeah, I asked them what their favorite. This is the test for any kid to find out if it's a movie you should even ever purchase or ever watch again. I asked them what their favorite part was, and they both said they didn't know. And so I don't think we're going to be watching it again soon. Yeah, I was mentioning earlier, somebody had referred to it as the first iPad movie. And I totally understand that now, having seen it. It was a movie. There were parts, yeah, there were parts and things happened, but it really felt, like I said, set off and pay off, right? It felt like it was, we got to have this, 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 we got to have this. And then they just sat down and they're like, okay, well, we'll have this happen and then this stuff will be in it. And then this will happen and this stuff will be in it. I don't know. You know, I don't want to say like I could screenwrite a movie or anything like that, even though I do have a screenwriting book and stuff. But it feels like it could have been tightened up like way more than it was. There was also this, like, I noticed this thing, it was in the first one too. They have like these, I'll call them like wonder shots, where they show a place and it's like, do you remember place? You know? So for the audience, it's like, oh, there's that, and there's that thing, and there's this. And so they very intentionally don't have the character saying anything. And they're like walking around like, whoa, you know, and doing this thing. And then that's so the audience can be like, oh, there. That's like the whole point of it. And I mean, that's kind of a fun like quiz thing where you're like, oh, what is that? What's that one from? Yeah, it's the Remember Berries. Remember Berries? Definitely has that vibe to it. And when the movie started, here's the part where I felt like I needed to buy a plot for my aging body. The movie started and it was like, bloop, and it was like Mario's 40th anniversary. I was like, oh, shit. But I don't, you know what? I should give you a 5-minute timeout for being a Game Boy Color enjoyer. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'd rather watch the original Super Mario Brothers movie from the 90s. That one, I mean, it's starting to feel that way. Pokemon was crack, bro. Yeah, I missed that window with Pokemon. Because when was the first one? Was Gen 1? Pokemon Gen 1 US release date was 98. Yeah, I was in high school. I was becoming a senior. So that was out for me. I was too cool for Pokemon at that point. I didn't have the advance because my parents weren't that rich. I do remember picking up a Game Boy Color at Target for like, God, I want to say it was like $40, brand new. I had a purple one. I had, yeah, it was this one. This was the one I had. Am I doxing myself right now? No. That was the one. This one was mine. You had the see-through purple. Oh, mine wasn't see-through. In the UK, literally everything is 10 times more expensive. Oh, we're doing that to ourselves now. It's cool. Yeah, it's good stuff. That ballroom ain't gonna pay for itself. Gotta have that massive data center underneath it for the AI bullshit. Got to violate our rights without us knowing about it somehow, guys. All right. I'm trying to imagine. Do I do like a flywheel thing where you like press a button and then you pick the thing that you're going to be doing? Do you go into picking up things mode? Um, Flywheel's best if you have a controller in mind. It's a nuclear survival bunker. Gotta have some place to go once you stop dropping those nukes, huh? Otherwise, it should all be keyboard shortcuts. Grumble, what's up? I've been lurking. How you been doing? Navigating large menus with a controller easily. Yeah, yeah. Oh no, I didn't think you were joking. I mean, the game is really begging for VR controls, but we ain't jumping over to that. I'd like to logic you out loud. I don't know what I'm saying. Just done with vacation and getting done with being sick, hopefully. Oh man, did you get the fever and the wanting to throw up thing like I did? Bad sinus the last days of vacation. Goofball, how's it going? So we should be releasing. Alas, we are not. That's weird. Mm-hmm. Mm. Why wouldn't we? Mm-hmm. Where'd you go on vacation? Thailand. What's the Balrog? Is it Balrog? Who was the guy you fought in the tall guy? What was his name? Street Fighter 2? It was Balrog. What was it? Who was that? Or no, Thailand was no. What was his name? Sagat. Yeah, that was the guy. I don't remember them saying it though, because it'd be like Brazil or whatever, right? But it didn't do that when you were fighting the bosses. I think it's Sagat. Sagat? Is that how you say it? I gotta say that new Street Fighter movie looks so cheesy. I'm in. I'm sold. It looks so hammy. It looks just straight camp, and I'm sold. But maybe it's an iPad movie, and it's just a series of scenes that occur one after another. Okay, so interactive is firing. Release is firing. But then if I press the button that will release, is my state getting cleared? No, that's not it. Curiouser and curiouser. All right, Obsidian, bust some butt. By the way, Grumble, let me do a shout out to Grumble. Grumble is working on a game that could easily just be released right now if Grumble wasn't such a perfectionist. And it's going to do amazingly well. And Grumble's going to be doing the podcast rounds after the game comes out. Be like, well, the key to making a successful game is blah, 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 blah. That'll be Grumble soon. Megabat, it's on Steam. Let me do I have a custom shout out for you, Grumble? There it is. Fellow pug owner. Yeah, as soon as I make it, I'll forget all of you. Just Lambos and yachts. Private islands. I guess we should shy away from private islands for a little bit. Kind of have negative connotations right now, huh? Mr. D-Boy's back. Speaking of Lambos. Mr. D-Boy, you feel like you can breathe now as far as money's concerned, right? Like you're developing a runway? Toy Lambos. All right, we'll do a print debug here. Release me, daddy. All right, let's see if we see release me, daddy print. The release me, daddy is printing. And somehow. Oh, look at that. Oh yeah, it is separate now. See, that was the key there. It didn't used to separate. That was what was causing our problems. Why is it not releasing me? Release me, daddy. And then it does it. What the hell's going on? So release me, daddy's firing. Release me, daddy. That's weird. Look at how many times it fired. How is that even a thing? 24 times Release Me Daddy got called. Oh, because it's recursive. So it is being released. Are we pausing the controller? Like, are we actually stopping it from processing? No? I don't understand. What's So Release Me Daddy is firing. What a weird state problem I'm running into. Gotta go check on. You should not bite your nails. Ah, yeah, this is true. It's not crazy money, to be honest. So last year was 20K. This year probably 30K. Still minimum wage stuff. It's more than I've made, dude. It's about jack shit. That's what I made. You gotta. My wife's killing herself. In the back. Okay, that's firing. I got a job. Oh no. No, my friend. My job's being a dad, I suppose. But as far as me bringing in any money right now, it's zilch. Zilch. But we've managed to kind of put ourselves into decent finances. So we're not rich. I think most people would consider us poor, looking at numbers. How did I not know about this? I don't know. You're always me. I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding. You know, you come on to my chat and you're like, oh, me. I'm kidding. I thought you were working. I mean, you know, I basically am, just not getting paid for it. You can join me under the bridge. Dude, we have, if you want to rent from us, I've got a room for let. I'm not even joking. Totally not joking. You'd have access to a bathroom that would be yours to use. You'd have a sink and a fridge in your room. It'd be a long kind of a studio setup. You might have to befriend a German Shepherd. You'd have to get into his in group, but once you're in, you're in. So you just need to make friends with the German Sheps, and then you'd be in. You'd be set. So, and you would probably have to have a pug sleep with you. So that would probably have to be a part of the arrangement because he kind of has to be down there at night now. So if you don't mind sharing a bed with a pug, then I think you'd be set. So. It would be private. It would be out of the way. And for 3 seasons out of the year, you would have a creek right outside the door. You'd open up your door and bam, there's a creek. We could barbecue. Do some barbecuing. There's an entire, I could use some labor for the yard. I really could, please. Any fish in that creek? Probably. But I wouldn't eat them. It's not because it gets a lot of farming agricultural runoff. So. But it is a man-made creek. When a fella needs some help, you show up with some beers and pizza. I'll be right over. Yeah. Oh, man. I have an entire telephone pole I have to move. I need help with that. Could anyone help me with that? I've got a power line pole that I gotta get. It's just laying in the part of my backyard. Why do you have that? Because a tree fell across our creek and pulled the power lines down, and the pole fell over. And when they came and got rid of all the stuff, it just stayed there. They didn't get rid of it. So I've just got one. I've been thinking about using it to help build a tree fort for my kids. But it would also make really good just like sitting around a campfire kind of thing. Although it is wood, so it is flammable, so might not be the best idea. Oh yeah, another thing we have. Yeah, it is. It is. Another thing that we have is across the creek. There's a bridge across the creek, and then there's an entire yard area there that you can hang out in and relax and enjoy nature and stuff. And then there's a fire pit over there too. And there's this nice bend that's under a willow, a weeping willow. And that's just a really nice area to just kind of hang out and relax and reset your brain. If you can help me work on the yard so you can even reach it. Because right now it's a jungle back there. But I'm not even joking though. Seriously. If you're thinking about coming to the States, you got a place. Yeah, I mean, it's plenty of room. I mean, the square footage, how big do you think it is down there, Bear? Yeah, 280 square feet.
But that doesn't include the bathroom.
Which does not count the bathroom. Yes. And you'd have access to a washer and a dryer and a shower and all that stuff too. And I'm trying to think of anything else. We'd have to move my mom's stuff. And I would redo the floor probably. Get it done right. But how long can I stay? I don't know.
Is this like rent?
And then occasionally, I mean, if you wanted to come up and have dinner with us and stuff, you could do that too. But we might need to, I don't know, we'd have to figure that out. A commune. Let's do it, guys. Do you serve breakfast? Yeah, I could do breakfast. Biscuits and gravy. Do pancakes. My daughter does really good pancakes. It's happening. What about second breakfast? No second breakfast. Yeah, I had a friend come up here and stay in it. I worked my ass off getting the floors in and everything. And then he stayed for like 2 months and then was like, I'm out. It was 1 month. That's right. And I did all this backbreaking work, and I did it in a way I wouldn't have wanted to have done it because it gave me such short notice. Because originally it was like we were going to have 3 or 4 weeks before he showed up. And he's like, I'm coming in 2 days or something like that. So I was on my hands and knees putting in the floor and stuff, even though I wanted to do some leveling things to it and stuff. So I'd want to redo that. But, yeah. Yeah, you'd have internet. You'd have, you know, could do a wall mount for the TV. You've already done that down there. Yeah, we could do a partially broken TV. Anyways. What were we charging him rent at that time? And you'd pay. I know it was under 1,000 for sure. Way under 1,000. What is it? Under or over 500? Was it 8?
I mean, you only paid once, so I don't really remember.
Yeah.
But I want to say it was like 800.
Yeah, I think we were charging a friend 800.
Including utilities. I feel like that's...
Yeah, utilities and internet. And
I don't know. We'd have to look at what other studios are going for in the area.
Yeah.
Probably more. rents are crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it was a sweet gig for him to come up here and get going, get work and stuff. But he came up with a girlfriend, and it turned out she was kind of using him and us to get an address in this area so that she could join some sort of nursing school thing. And as soon as she got access to that, she ditched and went back to California, but stayed in the nursing institution. So she just came for the address. Because the nursing, like the nursing jobs in California, there's like the hospitals you go through or whatever, and there was a waiting list that's like a mile long. But up north, there's way more opportunity. So she came up, got in, and then ditched him, and then he left. So, the only thing that we'd probably want to do, and I'd probably, if you really legitimately came down, we would need to re-wall the. I would want to get rid of a bunch of there's these beautiful tall glass like windows, and it's cool, but they're not double pane, and in the wintertime it's a nightmare. It gets so cold down there. So the only thing I would want to do is resheet the outside exterior walls, get rid of those windows, frame in some really good windows, and then insulate at those open points, and then re-drywall the other side, and then all that. So if you helped me with that, I'd say we just knock off rent for like a month or something. That would take like a week. Way less if I had help, actually. And then we'll put in new windows there, make it look real nice. And yeah. It's a little it's narrow. That's the only thing about it. It's a little narrow. So it's kind of weird from that perspective, but it's very private. It's a very private area. And there'd be room for parking and stuff too. So you'd have you'd literally be able to park right up at it and then go straight in. Yeah. But like it's so private you can't even see it on Street View or anything like that. And we could stream together. Hell yeah. I'll just move all my shit down there. We'll just co-stream every day. I'll drive my rollerblades right in. But yeah, right now it's just we're just using it as like storage. Which we could easily move around and stuff. But yeah, there's a sink. There's plumbing, except for there's no toilet or anything down there. There's a fridge. So you'd be able to, And then we have a big metal, like, chef's workstation thing. So that's like the kind of the kitchen arrangement. Sink. There's a metal, like, table for, like, cooking and like getting food prepared and stuff like that. You'd be able to have a microwave and all.
Have an extra microwave and that Ninja oven.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a toaster and a microwave. Yeah, you'd be all set. I'm like trying to pitch him. Like, come on down to Cricket's Co-op. All right, back to our problem. You know what I think it is? I think it has something to do with the joint thing. I think we're clearing that it's being held, but I don't think we're actually releasing the joint. I bet you that's what's going on. Yep. That's it. Okay, so what we need to do is turn this into its own function then, because we're repeating it in two different spots and it could change. Are we rollerblade to Cricket's house? I should get that downstairs all set up so if Greg ever wants to visit, he'd just have a place. He could just stay. Greg wouldn't have to find a hotel or anything. He'd just have a place to stay. If Greg comes up here, he gets to stay for free. No charge. If Mr. D-Boy comes in, it's $800 a month. I'm a hotel lover. I don't even stay with my parents when I go back home. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, my kids would. The other thing about staying here is you would have to like, because my kids, my son especially, would probably just be like, "Oh my god, another male presence." Yes. And he'd be like, "Let's go play sports or something." I don't know what he would say. But let's play sports ball. And you have to be like, "All right." But it's a chill area. I mean, you got obviously in the winter you don't want to be outside. But I'm sure you're used to that. So, but during the other seasons, it's generally just really relaxed. I'm a 2 to 3 hour Uncle Max. Looks like I can visit up for 90 days without a visa. Oh, wow. Yeah, that'd be a nice little haul. So, I mean, how does that work? Now, I know that certain countries are chill about like, oh, you're already making money. Just make the money here and we're going to tax you now. But I don't know how that works. I don't know how that works in the States as far as visas are concerned. And I think our current president is being a little bit, but I mean, you have generally it's only brown folks that we tend to somehow magically have issues with people coming into the country for. So, which is sad but true. But yeah, just come here and go into a grocery store and start crying and say, "I defect! I defect!" And see how that works. I defect. What was that? That was Moscow on the Hudson, right? That was the movie I'm referencing. He's like from communist Russia, and he comes to the States and he goes to a grocery store and he's like, "Where's the line for the bread?" And they're like, "What are you talking about?" And he like didn't understand the grocery stores and how you could just go up on the shelves and grab what you wanted and check out. And when he realized that's how it works, he starts crying and he's like, "I defect, I defect."
This is Pocket.
See, I'm trying to find the. Anyways. So clear. So we're going to call it clear holding. That was a Robin Williams movie where you don't see a schlong. That one where he's a kid forever? Oh, Hook? This thing, what are you talking about? So my daughter discovered Snake IO, and I just hear her screaming in anger. Okay. I think we got it. Oops. So we got to pick something up. We're holding it. Chainsaw comes out. Down it falls. Okay. Is the clown a simple Jack? That's the one where he's a kid, but he looks like an old man. Ah. So I wanted to show my kids Big, but then I remember that technically he's basically he bangs an older chick, and then she's left with the baggage of realizing she banged a kid in a man's body. So we're not going to watch that with the kids. Boy, yo, yo, yo. So when we get these like tension points where it's too crazy like that, I think we're just gonna have to release it. Like, oh, you're holding it in a weird way and it just falls. Oh, or we just grab this entire thing. But okay, so we have one of the weird state things worked out. No, not found. I'm certain your kids wouldn't pick up on that. Doesn't he like grab her boobies and stuff though? She ends up in a bra or something? I feel like it goes pretty far with what you're seeing. You know, you watch movies like that now and you're like, is this like the screenwriter's like weird fantasy thing? Like, there's that joke of Star Trek where it's like the screenwriter's thinly veiled fetish episode. Oops. Yeah, I mean, for now, what I'm working on right now is the controls because I'm realizing I'm going to put this in other people's hands and it's got to be right. And so we got to figure that out. Why are we getting climb tree, for instance? Sick. I'm warming up by drawing birds with arms. Nice. It's only been 2 hours on this stream, guys. It feels like I've been grinding my gears for way longer than that. I guess that's a good sign. I know that doesn't make sense the way I proposed that. Okay. What I'm imagining right now, guys, is when you get close enough to something that you can grab and you're in free move, that essentially we see like a transparent 3D representation of like a pair of hands fondling said object. Just like, ooh. But obviously to the player it would look something like this, right? Where it's like the hands are coming out and like grabbing the thing, right? So here's the branch, just grabbing it, right? And then you can press a button to actually grab the thing. Because right now we got this weird laser beam. So if we have like a pair of man hands that show up on it, and it's like, oh, hey, you could grab this. Is there a universal in gaming? Is there an icon for grabbing that's like a thing? You guys understand what I'm talking about? Is there a standard UI in video games indicating something can be picked up? Is it a hand? You know, I don't need this kind of sass from you, you son of a bitch, for such an obvious answer to blatantly point out my lack of intelligence. I take great offense at how dumb I am for you to point that out. All right. If the object, so here's what we got from AI. Button prompts. Okay. The object gets a colored outline. A glint or sparkle effect, a pillar of light or beam. The cursor changes to a crosshair, for example. Or in our case, we could use a hand. Well, we're going to do the hand. So we'll do a hand job for this. I think a hand job will work, right? Kenny assets. I believe Kenny has some icons that we could use. Kenny assets. And we'll use a hand. We'll use the hand job for this. So UI, and we're going with input prompts. Is this it? Negative Ghostwriter. Input. This is one of those things I'm going to find out they don't even have the damn thing that I need. No hand jobs. So let's go back. Uno. What is the back button? It doesn't tell me. I am trying hard not to fart really loud. Let me know if you guys get an audible on this incoming fart. Can you? Here we go. Here's some hands. We don't want pixels, though. Don't want pixels. Don't want pixels. You guys know the reference of the song that I'm talking about? This will go quick. Just a tiny little hand job. Just a tiny little. Just a wee little. Continue without donating. They should have like a picture of those kids like with like Tiny Tim makeup on and like a costume. So when you choose that, it's like, are you sure this is a picture of my child if you don't give me money? And it's just like him with like an empty porridge thing. No, that's not Tiny Tim, isn't? What's the porridge guy from? Please, sir, may I have another? What's that one from? That's the one they made a dog movie out of, right? And it's the same thing. It's just a dog version of it. Not Harry Potter. Let's see. Please, sir, may I have some more? Oh, it's from Charles Dickens. It's Oliver Twist. And there was a Disney dog movie that was basically Oliver Twist, right? I think was it called Oliver? Oliver Disney? Yeah, the Disney movie, Oliver and Company. Or was it Oliver? Yeah, Oliver and Company. Yeah. So that was the same thing. Charles Dickens, man. His writing more and more relevant, I feel like, in a weird way. He had a very good way of describing poverty. I'll say that. Kinney. Assets, Kinney, cursor back. Had songs by Huey Lewis in the news. What was the one with the lead singer, the duet? Have you seen that one? I actually really liked that movie. Was it Duet, the one where they were going around? It was like they were like pool hustlers, but it was really karaoke. They were like karaoke hustlers. It was it Duet? And he was the dad of like Gwyneth Paltrow. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Duets, it was called. And Huey Lewis was her dad. He's I know, and I liked it. That's the part that's the worst part. Duets. Let's see. Let me get the synopsis here real quick. The story revolves around unrelated pairs of people who spend time in karaoke bars across the United States in the week leading up to a big contest in Omaha. Ricky Dean is a hustler. A hustler on the karaoke circuit. And travels from town to town, feigning ambivalence of karaoke, and then winning both the contest and side bets with locals. This is the plot of the movie. He's a karaoke hustler. What is this music we sing? I don't understand. What? Okay, I'll give it a shot. Islands in the stream. And he just fucking Huey Lewis's his ass off and wins. Anyways. What a weird name, karaoke. Where's it come from? It's Japanese. Oh, I don't know. You sing to the music, but it's already recorded. The artist has already laid the track down. Why would I want to sing to it? I guess I'll give it a shot. Probably not going to be any good at it. That's the power of love. All right. All right. He only sings Huey Lewis in the news. It's like, but you're Huey Lewis. And I'm not. No, I'm not. Who? Huey Lewis? Who's that? I'm making the movie better right now. It's just, instead of all of that bullshit about a dad and everything, it's just Huey Lewis going around conning people as himself. And he just tries different costumes out. He's just fucking conning. All right, let's go over to UI. Oh, man. Okay. All right, I'll be right back. I got a tinkle.
Bruh.
All right, I'm back. Has anyone ever done a game with microtransactions? Yes, to Bob. Jacob says, I had a mobile game with a single in-app purchase to disable ads. Cool. Did it use the phone's purchasing ecosystem or something else? It used each respective phone's built-in payment flow. I used an SDK that Unity had to bridge it. Wondering about implementing something like Stripe would make more sense to provide support for the big three, Apple, Android, and maybe whatever shambles MS do on their phones. Yes, it was before the stores had the option of going around them, at least with Apple. I noted Steam microtransaction API, and I wondered about bypassing the various platforms. Yeah, I'm not sure how landmine filled that stuff is nowadays. The stores are already sort of heavy-handed. Imagine they might be a bit of a pain. Kevin, how's it going? I'm putting off doing transactions and logins until the very end of the title development, just leaving up the options in the end. Fiera. Wishlist pollinator die. Fiera's another streamer dev who's going to make his millions and we'll never see or hear from him again. So enjoy having Fiera around while it lasts. As soon as he launches this game, he will stop streaming and be on a yacht for the rest of his life. So that's going to be great for him. Jacob doesn't stream, but is also working on a game. Same thing. Once he's got his out, he'll just stop showing up in chats. Your mom sounds jealous. A sad cricket sits on the beach staring longingly as all of his friends party on a yacht. And some people say that family is all the riches you need, but those people are liars.
Shut up and take my money.
Oh man, depreciation. It's a war. Life is a war of attrition. Hashtag tree life. Hashtag save the bees. Hashtag 420 blaze it. 420 blaze it, dude. What happened to Where has PK 4? Is it PK underscore 4? Oh, shit. Where can you get a list of people that you're following and just search that? Do you guys know where you can look? I just want to search the people I'm following. PK. Somewhere in the dashboard. Creator dashboard. Weird. There are people that subscribe to me. I'll never say who they are, but it's weird to see subs from people that never have said anything. ever, and they've been subbed for basically since I've been streaming. Sometimes wonder, did they just like die and their account just has money in it? Vex, what's up? There's a followers list, but that's who follows me, right? Twitch list of who I follow. Following directory. Latest videos. There's the live ones. Channels. Here we go. Found it. 420 Blaze It. Here it is. Here's how you find who you're following. That's the link you want to use. Now I got to search for PK. Ah, damn it. It's using Ajax. Is it searchable? It's not searchable. God bless it. So I have to keep scrolling. This is going to take forever. His channel's gone. No, it just had to keep loading. Oh yeah, Twitch sucks. That's what's going on. Sorry guys, I'm just chalking on a fellow streamer. I haven't seen him stream in a while. PK421. Okay, channel's still up. Videos. Well, I'm going to do a shout out to PK. Yeah, lazy loaded rubbish. They make it hard on purpose to stop people like me scraping the info. Problem is that it's Twitch, right? So they probably lazy load in a really stupid way. So it's probably real easy to scrape it. X started to do that same thing to prevent you unfollowing people in bulk. I wrote a script that clicked on them all, and yeah. X is a fucking. It's yeah, it's trash. You really have to, on those systems, you really have to like prune your follows and stuff and really stay on it. X is going backwards in services and features. It's removing them. It really seems like these companies can get so big and then they can't release anything new technically. All about the same time, yeah. Yeah, I'm not on any social media presence for You guys want to see this YouTube game I played? I was telling because I'm like, maybe for some reason I need to research incremental games, let's say. So YouTube has this whole, maybe it's only on mobile. They have this whole games thing now. That you can just, oh, there we are. YouTube playables. Is this profitable? This is YouTube Playables. Can we release games on here and make money, guys? Is this a thing? Does anyone know? YouTube Playables, how to publish. YouTube Playables. Playables are interactive games and experiences published to YouTube, playable through our apps and website. YouTube Playables supports the standard web platform APIs. Therefore, Playables support games made with game engines that export builds for the web that use the standard rendering API. For example, WebGL or Canvas. Engines and frameworks that have been used for Playables in the past include Babylon, Cocos, Construct, Defold, Melon.js, Phaser, Pixie.js, PlayCanvas, React, 3JS, Godot, and Unity. Developer access for Playables is in an early access stage. If you are interested in submitting your game or company for Playables consideration, check out the Playables interest forum. Well, how do you monetize? Do you make money? On this site, you can find reference information on how to develop and test your Playable. You can also use information about the publishing process. Check the FAQ. Let's check these out here. Certification. Monetization requirements. In-game monetization. The game must not implement monetization using off-platform services. Monetization using off-platform services is not supported. In-game advertising. Game may display advertising using YouTube-provided ads. Public preview subject to change. If the game uses ads functions, it must continue to correctly handle muting and unmuting. Game must not display in-game advertisement of any kind of off-platform services. Advertising using off-platform services is not supported. Game must not offer in-app purchases of any kind using off-platform services. In-app purchases of using off-platform services are not supported for YouTube Playables at this time. Frequently asked questions. Interesting. It's weird. The game that I played had no monetization whatsoever. It was one of these guys. And you just ran around a department store or a burger chain and like did stuff. Let me search burger. Can I search? No, because that would be helpful. That would be useful. They don't want you to. They're going to get rid of search. They want you to be fed by the algo. Search, here it is, Burger Life. So here's how it works. You just do this and load it up. There's the game. This is it. I was just playing this. You just run around and... This is the game. Go here. Gotta install a burger machine. It's basically those games you see on those ads. Just go here, drop off the burgers. I gotta pick up 6 burgers. Here. And you got cash. And then, you know what I immediately did? Is that. And then you gotta clean up the tables and stuff. Yeah, it's possible. They might, what they might do is they're trying to hook whales. Because you beat the game and it's like, hey, do you want to try again? And I was like, nah, I got it. But I'm guessing if people say yes to that, maybe they go, hey, here's an ad. But this is it. Anyways, is this an incremental? Does this constitute as an incremental? Because it just keeps going. You hire workers and stuff. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, this might be a possible revenue stream here. I don't know. I don't know. My experience with Google paying you money, though, is they try and find ways not to pay you. I remember I had like almost $500 in my AdSense, and they suddenly were like, "Hey, we changed the rules, and now you won't get that money unless you make like double that or something." And I was like, "Oh, cool. Fuck me. Guess I just rolled all those ads for free for you because I'm not falling down this rabbit hole." We need a way to see if Godot is going to throw a hard error like this whole node not found bullshit. Then it needs to provide a way of checking to see if the node is going to be found. Like if the node exists. And this has to do with the damn bullshit with you for joints you have to refer to the scene tree. You can't provide So what do I do if Okay, here's what I'm going to try. How about we just do the if statement? See if it exists that way. But if this still passes and then it says it can't find it, then I'm fucked and there's nothing I can do to check it, as far as I know with Godot. Let's try again. Fork engine. Let's do it. Watch it be making. Dude, I'm at this point, I'll sell my soul. I'll do porn. Let's do it. I'll get naked. Like somebody would want to see me in porn. Let's see. We pick it up. So we still get the same errors for hold. No, not found. Branch 65. Branch 65 don't exist. Bruh. Oh, yeah. Okay, I know why this is happening. Jacobson, wow.
Bruh.
So this is happening because when we cut with the chainsaw, right now we're just Q-freeing that lumber. What we technically need to do is tell the neighboring joint that we don't exist anymore, right? Which is like a little more complicated than what we have for our data structure. That's why we Q-free the joints. Um. So that would require knowing all of our neighbors, which we can't do. How are we doing that here? Do 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 do. Bump 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 bump, and that's the music. Do 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 do. Does get node give us an error? See, we can't catch errors in Godot. If we could catch the error, then we'd be set. But we can't do that. So it just shits out an error. It would be nice because Godot has the like, I'm going to return an error code. But you can't be like, hey, when you're going to yell from the engine perspective, I'll take care of it. You know, like you can't do that. And so we're just going to end up with a bunch of red for a long time here. And we're going to have to be okay with that. So moving on, we're going to ignore that error, and that has nothing to do with anything. That's good. Move along now. So I think we're doing the hand thing. That's what we're doing. We're trying to do the hand job. So let's get the hand job stuff going. So right now our primary UI just has these containers. So what we're going to do is we're going to have, and essentially is this right in the middle of the draw? Let's see. It should always be straight up. Now tell me, do you really want to love me forever? No, but it should be basically the middle of our screen always. And it is. And it's slightly moving around. So what we'll do is we're going to replace this laser beam. Yeah, this gets more and more complicated though. God bless it. This is actually not a simple problem. Like, for instance, okay, so the hand... In order to show the hand, what we want to be doing is looking at the object, grep the entire weight of the whole thing, so the mass of the entire object as a whole, in relation to the fact that it has connected rigid bodies through joints, right? We need to know that weight, and that determines whether or not we even show the grab icon, and that it's even a thing we can do. So that's kind of step number one. And then step number two would be actually showing the damn icon. So I think the surefire thing to do is to throw the icon straight in the middle here. And so we'll show it as like interaction. Some kind of meta per branch. Yeah, so I have a recursive algorithm right now. And what we could do is bake it, right? So every time we split a piece of wood, we just bake, we run the algorithm once, because that's the only time we'd ever need to do it, is anytime there's a joint that's being split, we run the algorithm on those sets and go, okay, how much do you weigh on your own, right? So, and then, because right now the way it works is whenever we go to grab anything, we actually run this algorithm that's like this recursion, and it finds all the connections, and it goes, okay, we're going to change the collision for, so what we're literally doing right now when we go to pick something up is as soon as you go to pick it up, it recursively flags everything on that branch and changes the collisions on it so that it won't collide with us. Because when it's falling, we want it to be able to hit us. Or when we're falling, we want to be able to hit it, right? But when we're picking it up and kind of rotating it, it now suddenly kind of needs to have a separate, like, oh, I'm just this floating thing that you can kind of move around, right? So as soon as we pick it up, we do that. Same thing when we do a split on something, we just calculate the weight of the thing. And now we know it. And so when we're looking at any of these things, it'll just be like, yeah, it weighs this much. you can or can't show the hand. The other thing that I was thinking that we need to do is, like, for instance, on these smaller elements here, the individual weight of this element is so small that we don't want it to be something that we can grab, just for game feel. So like right now, if I pick this up, see, this, all hell breaks loose. And this is just not a good time. So on a per stump basis, we want to say, no, that's too light or something, if it has like siblings that are heavier. So that's going to be a little more complicated to figure out as well. There's a lot of weird stuff with this. Your wood is pleasingly stiff now. It is, right? It's getting there. Boy, it's getting there. Yeah, it looks better. I mean, I think it's what, people want to see in a stiff piece of wood. This is nice. Someone's going to want to jump on this pole. All right. Onwards and upwards, right? So what we're going to do is, in the UI, we're going to create an icon space. So it'll be a textured rect. And this will be centered like this. And then we're going to give it a name of interaction icon, textured rect. And then what we'll do is we'll slap the icon here on this. So if we can chainsaw something or grab it, well, I guess we'll show both, right? So technically, in the case of something like this, it'll show like a chainsaw or a... Now, here's another thing that I think people are going to kind of expect that we don't have just yet, which is like, I have my chainsaw out and I can just free move with it and start chopping stuff up. There's a lot of like control weirdness stuff with this game because you do want to kind of control the angle of your cut, especially like there's a certain kind of cut where you cut in to a third on each side, and then you cut down, right, and then you cut across, but you save the last cut up at the top, and when you do that, the entire tree hopefully falls in the angle of the whole thing. You have the mini chainsaw now too for extra complications. Yeah. Now, if I was streaming more often, I gotta be honest with you guys. I gotta lay this out. I would love to be able to have my side chick on the stream where I have like an 80-20 time and 20% of the time I'm working on my side chick. But I can't do that because I just don't have that much time to stream. So I got to dedicate it to the tree stuff. See, that's going to wig out. But yeah, if we're pointing at it, do we allow free roaming? Guys, I need help with the controls. Seriously. Like, let's imagine that we could free roam and just have the chainsaw out. And we're on keyboard and mouse. So WASD, universal movement, right? So we're moving around and we have a chainsaw out in front of us. And now I'm pointing at a branch, but it's far away from me. Do we snap the chainsaw to reach that if we can? And then, okay, now I want to make a cut, but I want to angle it. How do we angle it? Right? Because right now what we do is we have this laser that shows up. If you're close enough, you bring the chainsaw out, and now it's fixed around that point. Like this, right? And we're sort of breaking the rational logic of like what's really happening in the real world, because we can do this. So we could snap it when you bring it around like this and you start moving it again, it'll snap to this side, right? So that way it's not in this in-between thing, because we wouldn't want to be able to start a cut like this. Although technically we would. Is there a game that you guys can think of where you have a projectile in front of you that you can control very granularly? Can you guys think of anything like that? I think people will want to be able to walk around with it, but my instinct right now is to say no, you have to be near enough to cut something. But with a multiplayer perspective, people are going to want to jump out and be like, ring, 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 and start chainsawing their friends and stuff, right? And then wood chipping their friends. That's why I think they have to be robots. It would be fun to be able to slice up your friend and like pick up their little body parts and wood chip it. But in order to get past the rating stuff, they need to be like non-human things. Non-organics. You can do telekinesis. Yeah, I think what we have to start doing is embracing what is the best control and then fit everything around that, just like we're kind of doing with the tree stuff. Yeah, we could do some social commentary and bigotry and stuff for robots and the robot working class in the game, where you just face discrimination all the time. There's like neighbors yelling at you and like yelling at the neighbor for hiring a robot worker. I can't believe you hired a clanker. Here we have get node or null. And then that's what we want to do. Get null, node or null. That fixes that one problem. Okay. Sorry, I'm really trying to figure this out though. The control stuff is like, this is like like this reminds me of the inner tube thing. It's like untapped. There we go. Okay, so now it's just doing an error for when we drop. Okay. That fixes that problem. Excuse me. You could have an assistant that does some of the more difficult to manage things. Yeah. But do we free move with the chainsaw out? The free move with the chainsaw out does create a problem from a first person perspective of being able to tell if we're close enough to be able to even cut something, right? So you could be like, oh, I'm going to cut the tree and I have my chainsaw out. And it's like right next to you, right? And you can't actually cut that piece of wood because you're not close enough. So Reagan and leaf blowing, yeah. I think that would be good to be able to like hire labor tying the ropes. Yeah. I think what we could do is like you have multiple workers and you can warp to any of them and you can give them like orders and then warp back to, you know, another one. And so when you give them orders, they're like doing that thing. But that's a lot, right? I'm still sitting here looking at the controls trying to get some of this figured out. So I do like that you can throw this stuff in the air now. Check this out. So with the right kind of flick, you can throw it up in the air. That's fun. So you could do throwing in the game. Be like, throw it to me. And they're like down that way. And so you got to go. Oh. Where'd it go? Manage rope tension. Yeah. Maybe we could do like you call out an order to them. You face them and then you can have a command wheel. And you go, hey, do this now. Just by looking at them. It was not super easy. I think we can just do that with ray casting for me. So like I could have like anything that's an interactable, you know, I could hold down a button and just shoot a ray basically as far as the playfield is at the longest point. And just if it hits something, then it's like, okay, you could warp there or do that thing. Yeah. I mean, I'm not opposed to that. The problem is with like the reason why I chose first person is because I don't have to worry about animating basically anything. So if we look at concessions, oh, by the way, it's funny. I saw iHeart wanting to do a bonsai game, which is what when I was looking at what I had, that was the conclusion of like the easiest thing I could do is make a bonsai tree cutting game. So I thought that was kind of funny that that iHeart's talking about that. Being in GOG mode and clicking on a task and having a menu that magically appeared and chooses what it does. Or the assistant just passively knowing it was now their task was my go-to for ease of implementation. So do we implement free moving chainsaw? And if we do, what does that look like? I mean, the Doom chainsaw is always just like in front of you and you always do the same motion, right? Do we do something like Q and... Whoa, Christ almighty. Do we do something like Q and E adjusts the like angle? So the chainsaw is out in front and you're like pressing Q or E in it that moves the chainsaw around an angle. Like this. And then do we have a Z that we can move the chainsaw away or towards us? So we rotate along the X, right? By pressing Q and E, just by having the chainsaw out in front of us. And then, hey buddy, and then, you guys want to see a pug? Come here. Oh, I love you too. I love you too. Okay, okay, come say hi, everybody. Come say hi. Come say, oh, yes, yes. You're facing the wrong way. Nobody can see you. Nobody can see you. Oh, okay. There, they can see you now. Look at them. Say hi to everybody. Oh, you're just a little pup. Oh, yes, you are. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Jesus. Okay, mister. Okay, I love you too. I love you too. I know. I know. I know. I know. I know. I know. I get it. I get it. I get it. I know. I'm your favorite. I get it. I get it. I love you too. I love you too. I love you too. Oh my goodness. Oh, goodness. Oh, oh yes. Yes. Oh, you're... Okay. 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 Juice, can you chill? Okay. 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 Everyone, you want everyone to see your tail? Yeah, they see it. They say it's a good-looking tail. They say it's a good-looking tail. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. You just want to sit on my lap. You could if you just chill out. Have you tried calming down? Have you tried the idea of just relaxing? You're the personification of my mind. Okay. Did he get a bunch of hair in my tea? He made my microphone limp. God bless it. He ruined my microphone. All right. He's a madman. So nobody has any strong opinions on the chainsaw, huh? I know the minute I put it in front of people's hands to play, they're going to be like, ugh. Any choice I make, I think the response is going to be, ugh, I don't like this. Now, my arm is about almost a meter. Almost a meter. Feels like. So, how far out are we going with our dot? The laser dot. What's our raycast length? Laser Raycast. Hi, my name's Laser Raycast. Welcome to 107.8 FM. Laser Raycast. Raycast length is super long. It is 3 meters. So if we put it at 1, what does that look like? We have to be this close for like a normal man's arm to reach. None of those freak shorties. There we go. And then if we jump around. See, if we're holding the chainsaw out, we have like a bazillion problems we have to deal with. There needs to be like an indicator on the chainsaw to be like, yeah, you can cut that. You can do like so it's almost like and the other thing too is you can't just start cutting into a tree. You know? Like you can, but that's a whole different thing where you know, it has to be far enough back to be able to cut in. So it's almost like what needs to happen is if we were to be able to free hold the chainsaw, what we would need is we'd actually want to be checking the see, according to this, I can't even reach down here to cut because I'm taller than, like, my reaching hand doesn't reach low enough. Like, I wouldn't be able to reach that standing to cut it, which is true to life. Like, I can't, if I had a really long blade on the chainsaw, I could stand and cut it. But with something this low, I would need to get down to cut it. So do we have to have a fucking crouch? But what I'm saying though is, if I'm looking off to the side here, and so our reticle is pointing right where it says climb tree, right? That's where it is. I would actually need to raycast the neighboring areas around me. Only an insane man crouches. So kickback gonna mess you up. Yeah. For the game logic though, if I'm pointing out this way, right? We're raycasting to the sides to let us know, oh yeah, you can cut near you. And so now the chainsaw says, yeah, there's like a cutting area thing. Wait, that was a resub from Fiera? I didn't even realize that. Could have a sphere. Yeah. That would kind of work. If we had multiple spheres too, that would tell us, or if we had one sphere that was like a collision detection area, and then we would know, okay, we've collided with that. How far, like if our chainsaw's always in front of us, straight in the middle, then we do a ray cast from that collision detection of where the collision point was, and we go, okay, how far back do we need to move the chainsaw and be able to cut into it, kind of thing. Fuck. It's funny how imagining putting this in front of people's hands to play instantly has me thinking about things totally different. So yeah, 3 meters seems to be the sweet spot for our little laser cast. Maybe actually better than a sphere would be a cone with a sphere tip. Because that's more to... It should be illegal to cut above your head, straight down, behind you. If you're close to the tree, it should be hard to cut with a full chainsaw. So how do you split wood, like without bending over in real life? How do you split the wood up? I guess you need a longer blade than like a handsaw or like a little short chainsaw, like a, I don't know the typical lengths, but like a 1.5 feet. We're talking about chainsaw controls right now, Doddle. We got our, we can hold our wood, we can rotate our wood, we can pick it up and move it around. We can shove it in the old whatchamacallit. So there's another bug. When we release, we want to fix that too. There we go. Anyways. Mini chainsaw up a tree. Typically, an arborist will manage to cut it in reasonable lengths without the blade ever going near the ground. Sharpening dull blades, yeah. Wood in motion stays in motion. Yep, unless 100%. I gotta toss the wood up. You gotta see the wood toss. There's the wood toss. All right. Look at that bin, though. See, that's the kind of thing we don't want to have happen. We get the weird physics, like, weirdness, right? So we got to handle that more gracefully. Hey, buddy.
Why is Sparky's remote on here?
Sparky's remote? Oh, because I was going to see if that worked. Remember when the toys were broken and for the tub? And I wanted to see if it could work for that. On the inside.
But it did not?
It did not work, no.
Oh.
Yeah, but I just wanted to see. I tried, that's all. Because I always want to... I wanted to make you guys have a fun time in the tub. So...
But Sparky's remote only controls Sparky.
Yeah, but it uses something called... It's a special signal. And sometimes the pattern that it sends when you press the button...
Remember, if you shake it more than twice, you're playing with it.
All right, buddy. Don't lose that remote, please. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to keep it for now because I know people are going to say, hey, I just want to walk around with a chainsaw. And part of me just wants to say, okay, you program that. I think that it's a legitimate thing to want to be able to do, though. I feel like what needs to happen is here's a concession. I think I have something. Well, that was trippy. This is trippy when you do this from a perspective thing. Let's say you have the chainsaw out and you just can magically walk around with it, right? So you're walking and the chainsaw looks like this in front of you. And you're just walking around and the minute that you hold down the button that is the equivalent of I'm going to start cutting, that's the thing that you can or can't do. So there's some sort of indicator over the chainsaw that's like, there's nothing to cut, dude. Like you can rev, but you're not going to cut. But when you see the indicator that you could cut something, when you hold down the button that revs it up, that's when the action happens of like being able to do the angle cut. And it switches over to those controls where you're like, you have this whole thing. It should never go that high. Yeah. I don't think we can cut. We can't. Oh, I cut the whole tree. What happened? I don't know why I fell. Sorry guys. I know this is like, it feels like I'm maybe bike shedding. But I don't really think I am. Cuz this is like what I'm trying to do is make the game playable for people that aren't me that know the jank. And frankly right now it's janky. I think for speed reasons, we just go with what I've got. Because we have cutting good enough or something close to what we would want. So let's make that concession for now. I don't think people are going to like it. I think that people are immediately going to want to bust out a chainsaw and start cutting. And so I think a concession that I need to make, there's a chainsaw way back there. Look at it floating up in the sky like a mouse cursor. Oh my gosh. Circular saw. Yeah, dude, kickback's a real thing. He lived. Lucky him. It is wild. With like an accelerometer and a stopping mechanism. Like there's that guy who has that patent where if it touches your skin, it'll just instantly stop. And with kickback, you could stop the spinning blade with an accelerometer in the device to know that it's suddenly going from one position to like something drastic. And so you could have some tech in there to stop it. But of course, that would make the device more expensive and could be prone to other kinds of failures. Saw stop is the one, yeah. Being attached to ropes is deadly. I retired after being thrown down a garden one too many times. You have to stand on a special pad that completes the circuit. Oh. So the pad connects to the, so you'd like, if you wanted that tech, oh man, okay. Anyways, so for now, well, the concession that I could make is, yeah, you can bring the chainsaw out any time. But you're going to stop moving and stuff. Put LLMs in the chain. Yeah, that. Oh, I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. I shouldn't have cut off your arm. I totally fumbled that one. My bad. Sorry. Let's do it. You're right. That was my mistake. It's okay. Let's try and imagine this. How we want it to feel for the player and how we would execute that. I never cut off your arm. I never told you to do that. This way you won't have an arm to lose. This way you won't have an arm to lose. Think of it that way. You also don't need to consume as much food. You're actually being environmentally conscious. You're going green. Also, you've reduced the chance of cancer in 20% of your body. Think of it that way. All right. So what I'm imagining from a projection standpoint is if that's what's actually happening right now, or at least that's how I'm doing the rotation stuff. That so you have like the limits on the radial limits and stuff. Okay. Out of token usage token. I cannot dial 911 for you. Please refill your token credits. You don't limit it. Yeah, so we could do angle limits and stuff. It's even more complicated than that though, technically. And I mean, we can be realistic about it, but there's also going to be what the player just wants to be able to do, right? There's the fantasy. The limit of the reach really limits how you can hold a saw. Yeah. Well, right now, the way that the saw mechanics work, and I'm not doing the mesh slicing right now, but we do have like accurate mesh slicing where you can, the way that it works, I don't have it running right now because I've been trying to just do other things and I want to be able to cut fast and stuff. But when you're close enough to something, you see like this little laser beam, and then you press the saw button and the saw comes out, and now you can cut around that laser beam as like a central point. So you can do like an angled cut. And once you start holding down the chainsaw button, which is left mouse, then you're locked at that angle and you're cutting at that angle. So you move the mouse around like you're a mouse cursor just pointing at something. And the chainsaw just pivots around that point that when you brought the saw out. So that's currently how it's working. But what I suspect people are going to want to do Yeah, no, I agree that it would seem closer. But this is 3 meters out, and obviously in real life we can't reach that far out. So even with this tree, technically we're gonna need to be able to climb it and then do a cut while we're up. But what I suspect is gonna happen, Pilot Man, is they're gonna want to be able to have the chainsaw out and just walk around with it and like move around, have the chainsaw out and be like, I'll do a cut here. That kind of thing, right? But the way that it works right now is it's like an intentional thing. You target where you're going to make the cut and then you bring the chainsaw out. And I just don't think that's what people want. And so I'm talking about like, okay, how do we, if we did have free move with the chainsaw out, what would that kind of be like? Yeah, it's disembodied. There is no, here's the player controller I can show you. I mean, this is it. We don't even have a model for the player. So we have like an area detection, we're a capsule, we have a raycast that's not showing up for some reason. Oh, I made the debug shape invisible, but there's a raycast coming out from our camera head, our head pivot, and then this is a joint that we affix things to when we're picking up things and holding them. So like when we go, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's why I did mention Doom, because I feel like that's what most people would want. It's just that we do need that angle cutting, right? And that's where we deviate from Doom. So like when we go to pick something up, it affixes it to that joint in front of us. And that gives us the like Bethesda kind of holding thing. But yeah, I think the Doom thing is what people are going to want, right? What's the new Doom called? Doom 2016. Chainsaw. Yeah, it's more like game feel and like what should the controls actually be like. Specifically that because of the type of game that we're making and we're going to be able to slice a mesh a particular way. Like for instance, let me explain it this way. Bring out Obsidian and we'll do Excalidraw. So dark mode, please. Thank you. Let me get my pad out. Funded by Bob. All right. So, oh, is it plugged in? I hope it's plugged in. Find out right now. Oh, you know what? I don't have the tablet software running. And I don't think it is plugged in. Yep, that's what I unplugged. There it is. So, are we connected now? Yes. Okay. Over here? Yes. Okay. So, for instance, on a tree, I think a typical configuration of cutting is like you have your trunk here and you're trying to fell the tree in this direction. And I believe that the common cut is like this. And then you cut across. But the weight of the forces of the tree, you need to make sure obviously that the weight of the tree is going to pull it that way. Now it's just an iPhone with a cracked screen. You mean like this? Oh, this is my iPhone. It's all. I don't want to dox myself. Yeah, it's an iPhone with a cracked screen. But like, obviously, this would be divided out, right? This is out, and that's what the grabbing would be important for. The opening notch goes. That's why I see so many fail videos, because I usually see them cut it that way and it falls the wrong way. So anyways, yeah, usually I see videos of guys doing this and it falls that way. So they're doing something wrong. But yeah, okay, so yeah, and that makes more sense to me too. Right. Yeah. And do you cut from behind and try to match it like that? Or do you cut straight across on a plane? I do need to get, there's like a sort of a standard arborist manual that I think there's a book of arborism that's like really standard. I think I need to just buy that on the plane. Okay. Let me track it down. There's like a holy Bible of arborism, right? The Fundamentals of General Tree Work, is that it? Arborist Certification Guide. So anyways, so we can subtract the mesh. So we can do this. We can cut into the mesh. I'll show you what that looks like, even though I don't have it working right now. But it is something we've already figured out. But I've been working on other stuff that's kind of sidelined that. And so I've got it disabled for now. But we can just Swiss cheese a tree. Let me show you that. Here it is. And we have the mesh replacement. We have the texture replacement and stuff going now too. But we can just slice up slice up a wood like this. This is something we're capable of doing. So that works. But I'm just not doing it right now. I probably should, because it would sell the idea a lot more. But I actually got rid of all that because I was hesitant about the chainsaw controls. So yeah, so the reason why we need that strict control, like the Doom, the reason why I'm hesitant about the Doom thing. Does anyone have a good video on that? I mean, so you have the chainsaw in front of you. Let's look at old Doom, real Doom. All right. Doom chainsaw. So this is probably what we would want, right? Is like classic chainsaw right in front of you thing. Again, the player's going to want to just be able to rev and make the chainsaw go. Fine, we can do that. But when they get close to something that they can cut, we need like something to tell the player, you're next to something that you can cut. And now when you hold that chainsaw button down, or something to the effect of, there's another button you can press that is now going to give you granular control about the angle of which you're cutting, so that they can do this, right? My fix right now is that strict, like, oh, we are going to need crouching, right? Because to make a cut like that, you do kind of you got to bend your knees. Or maybe not bend your knees. I guess you would just hold it down low. Basically, we need a way to manipulate the... So yeah, you would do like, you'd cut an angle here, right? And then you would cut an angle here. And then you would pull the stump out, right? And we can grab wood and pull it out. We can do that. And then you would make the cut across. Tend to put one foot up on something lean. Yeah. So this is possible. We can do this in the game. But it's just a matter of like the play feel and the way that it controls. And I think that years of FPS have trained people to think about this a specific way, and we kind of have to break the mold in a way that works for that thinking. Leading over the blade is pretty dangerous since you reduce your distance to the blade. So what I'm imagining is the player has a projection in front of them. Let's turn on a grid. The player has a projection in front of him, and we're going to go 4. That looks something like this. It's like a cone shooting out ray thing. Like that. And then if we detect collision in this ice cream shaped cone thing, single scoop, then we do the ray cast. And so it's going to say, hey, you collided here. And then we go, okay, and we shoot a ray to that point for distance. Like, we already have a ray ready. We just angle it to that direction. And then on the ray, we detect where is the... I don't know. We need to know stuff about the wood that we could possibly cut. Maybe the circle actually needs to overlap. So like if we have a piece of wood, like let's say we have a huge trunk, right? And our blade is such that we would no way be able to cut into it proper. And so in this case, maybe we go up to it like this and it's like, yeah, you can't do jack. Nothing's going to happen. But if the tree is smaller and we go up to it, then it's like, and we have this overlapping sort of sphere thing. And it, from a 2D perspective, it goes, yeah, I'm encompassing the width of the tree. Then you're free to cut. Yeah, I imagine if you angle the cut, then you would need to come from the other side and match the, because you couldn't bend it up, right? So if that was the case, let me put this down. Why can't I move anything? There we go. Bro, why are we froze? But anyways, yeah, you'd have to come from the other side. So the size of the sphere would be relational to the depth of the blade. So that sphere size would be the length of our blade that could cut into something. Does that make sense? And then so long as the sphere, and I guess it would really need to be like this then in some way, where, God bless it, why can't I'm going to close and reopen Obsidian because it won't let me. It's like I entered in some mode and I don't know how to get out of it. It would probably actually need to look like this, where it goes out and it kind of is like this more. And then this is our like detection area for the collidable space. And it's got this little, that's where we could do this with our arm, right? And it would probably actually be, it would be the width of the angle of the blade, or the length of the blade that would be the circle, but then itself would actually be kind of squished like that, because that's more like, you're not going to go like this on a pivot, right? Your arm does this, And so the circle that you could actually make would be like way bigger, but the actual cutting distance of the blade would be this length here. I think we might have something. So this would just be an area, a collision area that we would have out in front of us. And then we would be checking anytime we're colliding with some tree object, some piece of lumber, as we call it, then we're looking at, in that collision sense, we're looking at the size of a sphere that could fit said thing. And if the answer is yes, then we can make the cut. The question is, let's say the player, this is where all the like what ifs start going in. Let's say the player is looking at it from the side. They have the chainsaw right in front of them, the Doom chainsaw, and now they're right next to this thing, right? So maybe it really is a much wider, like that arm thing that I was talking about, like how far your arm can do a cut. And so it's more like this. And we then cast the circle. So we detect that collision space, and then we go, oh, okay. And we go, could we do a full cut on this thing? And we just pop. I guess we could compare circumferences or something even. And we go, is it big enough? Is the length of our blade big enough to do that? And if the answer is yes, then we create the UI interface thing for the player to be like, you can make a cut over here if you want. Things that are really close to you should not be cuttable without losing some body part. It's like a stress sphere where the middle of the sphere should be uncuttable because they're you are there and it's too, you're right. Like there's some sort of like limit, right? So the player is here and there's some sort of like other limit as well to like where it would actually be kind of wider. It would go in, I don't know, something. But yeah, so there'd be almost like a sonic boom wave looking thing from like Guile. But it, it would be like this thing where it's like, okay, this is it. I think we might have something. And so then if we're facing and we have the Doom chainsaw in front of us here, it's overlaps here to the tree on our left. And then we get an indicator where it's like, hey, you can cut there. And even if you have the chainsaw out, you go, oh, okay. And then the game just sort of like, as you play it, you realize if I rev, now the whole sort of snapping thing starts to happen where, oh, okay, you've decided to cut and the thing you're cutting is on the left. And so what we're going to do is have some sort of like, I don't know, something then where we do the equivalent like we were doing with the laser or something. You could highlight the section of the mesh. Yeah, with like a shader. Right. We could do a shader. We might even, what we could do too is we could invisible, like give you like arborist vision. And as you're cutting, you see through the mesh, you see into the tree like a hollow, some sort of like insight into where the cut is happening. And, but again, the controls, right? Okay, so you start revving, we're next to the tree, there's an indicator on the chainsaw, but what if you're coming up to it and you're revving already, right? This is why the whole like holding the chainsaw thing out is, maybe you can't rev if you're moving. I mean, you really wouldn't want to in real life, right? You wouldn't want to be walking somewhere and be like, right? So you can only rev if you're holding still. Yeah, that's what revving is right now. You could do a transition into a new mode where such or such, where the mouse stops moving the camera and only moves your arms. Yeah, so what we could do is you start revving, and
Gentlemen,
if you
this is Democracy Manifest.
thank you for the follow, Eagle Top. You could do something where you like, okay, so we start revving. We know we're now in a cutting mode, like we're going to try and cut something. And as you move the chainsaw, the camera's moving with it, right? And so now you're still controlling the camera, technically. The camera's on more of a free-moving element, and you're still granularly controlling the chainsaw stuff. The thing is we definitely can't make it like, sorry to really talk this out, but we can't make it where because in real life you can't do this either. You can't do like a cut like this, right? Because you're not using like a bandsaw. You're cutting with a chainsaw. So the minute you make contact with an angle for a cut, we have to then say you're locked in at that angle. I think that's fair. Now here's where things get really weird. We then place a joint and we do some sort of mesh slice already while you're making that cut. If you start making a cut at an angle here, the way that it works is it creates a new joint, actually slices the mesh, glues it back together secretly. And now you have this joint here. And as you're cutting it, we start to loosen the property of the joint. You could do a focus version where the field of view reduces quite a lot. Yeah, I almost think we actually have to do the opposite and pull back. Like, I don't know, if you're next to the tree, this would be a big cut, though. Some games do that for sprinting. I could see that, yeah. Do you think it would be zooming in or pulling out more? We definitely would probably want to make if you are moving the chainsaw less than the camera's on a free sort of, it's figuring out, okay, you've made a cut this distance or whatever, and it's starting to freely move and show you what's going on. And then here's the other problem is that we don't even have, which this is why I took it out and we're going to bring it back in with the mesh cutting, is there has to be some amount of like, right now I can just move my player controller. I can look around, right? The minute you start cutting into something that's real and it takes time to cut into, we also have to then create the feeling of resistance, and that this is something that you can't just slice through like butter. So how to do that is something I haven't tackled yet either. But we want to be like, okay, you're cutting in, and now the volume of the tree is such that it's going to go slower and slower and slower because it's a big cut. So that's another kind of problem in front of us with this whole thing. It's a big thing. And I guess I'm overthinking it, but at the same time, I don't feel like I am. Because again, I'm going to put this in front of people and they're going to be like, oh, this isn't fun. Like, I want to be able to do X, Y, and Z. And you're not really giving that to me. So, because you put people in sort of a sandbox thing, and it's not Power Wash Simulator where it's like, oh, you just spray water and you have like different nozzles and pressures and stuff. And it's like, oh, okay, I get it. Like, this is like, oh, it's a tree. I can cut anywhere. So I want to do this. I want to do something ridiculous. It's heading towards Arcady. Give me a second.
But I just want you to get the time if you want it.
I think I have to lean into the arcade side of it, Mr. Pilotman, because we, like, you can die. You can have a tree fall on you, right? So we kind of need to turn that into fun. And also you're going to be potentially destroying houses and stuff. I mean, the pitch for the game, I don't know if you've ever seen the pitch for the game. I can show you the rough pitch. I always end up showing the same thing. Go here. But we're leaning towards more comical. It's just like this is the game, is the whole game is the cutting action. That's a big part of it. On top of like using like fun machines and stuff. So I just feel like it's kind of pivotal to the whole thing to get this kind of right. Let me find the video. So this is this is my pitch. Now, it doesn't have to look realistic. Oh, God. Oh, God. Don't make me cry. Skip the video. Skip the video. Okay.
That was amazing.
Yeah, I know this device pretty well.
So, like, you've got a tree that's a zero drop zone. It's really tight area. And we have a lot of this stuff in place. We have wind, so you can be near the top of the tree and you're swaying because you've got wind going and stuff like that. I have all that stuff going. I've got it disabled right now because we're still working some stuff out. But the tree like sways and behaves like a real tree. But it's all problem-solving game of like.
All right, I'm
you're
ready,
trying
so
to safely just demolish a tree. And so you're going to do rope ties and stuff like that. So when you fall parts of it, you can control the destruction. So stuff like that, right? We want to have that in it.
Randy, my man, that was perfect.
And then like chipping everything and getting rid of it. So like there's like guys run around on wood chippers and stuff. See if we can find that. So we'll have like cool devices like this thing where you can like pick up elements of it and then carry it off and then put it in. So he's got it over here in the background. You can see him back down there. I mean, it's begging for multiplayer. But this is it. This is kind of the dream. Whether or not it looks realistic, I don't think it's that important so long as the experience is true to life. True to this kind of thing. So this is the idea. It's an arborist game. It's not a lumberjacking game. And sometimes you might just need to trim a tree, or maybe early game you're like doing simple jobs of like clearing out a small infestation of like elm trees or something like that. And they're just little baby trees and you're just cutting them down and it's pretty safe. And then you get into bigger jobs and buy more equipment and better equipment and stuff like that, right? So that's kind of the thing. So Power Wash Simulator, but you're cutting down a tree and you can die. And I don't know how to deal with player death either. I'm not sure. This is why I'm thinking you're like robotic android like tree cutting servicemen. All right. Well, I destroyed a few walls, a few listed protected buildings were damaged. People were thrown very far down gardens. Fell out of a few trees. It's not uncommon at all. Dropping stuff on cars is common. Dropping a tool you thought you had safely attached. Rope snapping at the worst possible moment happens. Huge branches being held on with the tiniest of fibers. I've wanted to play a game like that for years. Really? Yeah. I mean, for me, like, it doesn't seem like much, but this doesn't look like a tree, right? It's going to have, the meshes are going to be more tree-like, and it's going to connect into this, right? This is all for prototyping sake. But, like, that and, like, the way that the branches are behaving and everything, this is it. Like, we kind of have to lean into some of the jank. But it's starting to feel right. Im, how's it going? Oh, I missed you, Im. Well, if you haven't followed yet, Mr. Pilotman, be sure to give a follow. Because I gotta go. We're gonna go ahead and raid out. We're gonna continue this journey tomorrow. I think we'll try and implement.
Remember, if you shake it more than twice, you're playing
We're
with
gonna
it.
try and implement a better mechanism for the why am I staring at someone sleeping? That's creepy. I don't know why that's on my Twitch stuff. Just clicked off the category page today. Oh, nice. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. So we'll keep. This is all I'm doing on the stream lately. So, who we gonna raid? How many people are watching? 24. Okay. I gotta eat dinner. We're watching Speed Racer, and hopefully we can actually finish it tonight. We could do hypnotic games. We could do Jitspo. We could try somebody new. There's so many Godot people now. I'm always raiding them Godot boys and girls. What other Gadooters are there that we don't know about? Oh my gosh, there's so many. Deck building demo, 3 days left. Let's do this. Oh, I'm following them. Well, then let's do it. Yeah, too, Bob. I mean, I've made very flat branches. None of it's realistic, right? So we're going to get there, though. Bye, Em. Thank you so much for coming in. And, yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. I'm going to start in the morning. We're going to try to get a big one in. Yeah.